Hey guys, bit of a mixed market. Russell has been falling since open after the gap up. NQ pushed back up to our 750 res and is now retesting the lows, our open price. Um, I'm kind of watching this area on ES to see if we get a bounce to then reject 308s again and then go for gap fill, or if we're just going for the gap fill straight away here. I'm not too sure. I could see something like this play and then we go for the fill, but we could just go straight down to the fill if ES and NQ have zero buy side. But that's all I'm really watching for, is either a relief bounce or a push down into that 307 area on the ES. Need to get back over 308 and make it supportive for anything upside wise. As long as RTY and NQ are both falling, don't really see why ES would go up. So kind of just waiting. I think that there's definitely potential for some relief on NQ as we push down into like that 65 area that we're pushing down into now. We can see in pre-market that that was kind of our basing before this push up. It was into this like 670, 655 areas, yeah. Just a blue box, kind of getting to see. Not mean to move that. Pushing into our gap fill now on ES. Russell also just completed the gap fill. He still has quite a bit of room if we find low. into this like 75 area. As your fill on ES and RTY. NQ still has quite a bit of room. It's about halfway through the gap. Watching our reaction here at 96 is to 3 on ES. If this is enough. Let me unmute. Stopped working. Flex, forex.
Oil prices
Forex.
extend losses. Brent and WTI futures fall by over $2 a barrel.
A little bit of relief, not a ton to speak on as of yet. Again, just ES filled gap, held our 9600. Looking for a bit more. Ideally, this is really kind of meaningless right now, right? You got like 4 points, but still, you want more than this. Want to see a pushback over 0 tick. Buyers desperately want a back over 306, 308, and the ability to build above that. Again, without that push and look back above, not a ton here.
1 minute remaining. I'll lead with US ISM manufacturing PMI.
We've got news in a minute.
10 seconds.
I think my levels on ES are probably good. About as good as they can be.
48.7,
Definitely risk off
48.7
one if
lower
you're
than
playing off of
forecast,
296.
49.6. Prices paid 57 lower than forecast, 59.5. New orders index
Need it
45.4,
back over 3.
45.4.
We need over
Employment index
315 for anything more.
51.1, 51.1.
So
And US
smooth
construction
stops
spending
up
month over month
to retest
minus
the highs.
0.1%, minus 0.1% lower than forecast, 0.2%. Seeing some downside in the Dixie, upside in stocks.
I sound so confident. I mean, I'm as confident as I can be for us testing areas that we haven't learned on. Again, need over 315 and for that to become
US
supportive for
10-year
anything
Treasury
more.
yields drop after
308
data,
is your
last at
first pivot.
4.416%.
off. So far, 308 sell side still there, right? Back down to our 300, 296, 300 area. We got our reoffer of our sell, came back up. Again, not a ton there until we see over 15s. Now testing our 96 again. Buy side's willing to defend, or if 96 becomes our offer for a push down to 7 area. Our next pivot. Basically watching, can we make this supportive for a push up, resistance for push down, or do we continue to oscillate between?
Kazakhstan's oil output down by 6% in May versus April to 1.451 million barrels per day, below the OPEC Plus quota, some sources say.
So I can probably write this out. Uh,
The US dollar extends losses versus the yen after ISM and construction spending data, last down 0.5% at 156.42. The euro gains versus the dollar after US data, last up 0.2% at $1.08. Dollar index down 0.2% at 104.33.
All right, there are your morning. Yeah, I don't have music going, so it's kind of hard if I'm not talking to know if there's your sound's broken or not. The one issue with it, especially with the news bot not working for now, you just have like the Discord going on with that. Looks like we're still just stuck in our balance from our gap fill on ES. 96s are holding so far. Again, need to see that push over 308s and make that supportive to get back into our morning balance on ES before there's anything new. Russell and NQ also still holding our lower highs, but trying to balance here at the bottom. When we gap up or gap down, gap fill is always going to be your first area to look for some sort of reaction and playing off that. Once we've established if we're going to hold the gap or not, then we can start to play back into our previous pivots. So if you struggle in the mornings without having a plan, always just watching our reactions off of our initial kind of like balance that we create. I don't want you to be confused by initial balance by like the futures term of IB, the first hour of the day, but really how we open in the morning, right? Our opening balance that we create, chopping and pivot, right? When we break down, we can start to target this gap fill. After this gap fill, we usually look for reactive buyers to push us up if we're in a neutral or slightly upside market, right? We're only going to get into like the real bearish territory once we break below and start showing our gap as resistance. And we can see that we're starting to make these lower highs, right? So there's definitely a seller in control here, but we are still maintaining our close from yesterday, which is a really important level. So as long as we're able to kind of build and continue to show buying support from yesterday's close or Friday's close, then like great, like there's no issue here. Issue starts to show when we start to get this break below and we start to see sell side acceptance below our gap and we start to hold that as resistance. When that happens, then we have to look at how we reacted in these areas the day before, right? Now we're traversing through that day's value. So for me, we saw that buy side was still willing to kind of interact here into this low at this like 94, 96. So I want to see buy side continue to be able to lift off of this level. But if at any point this becomes our resistance, we do expect to push down back to this pivot here where we can see buyers attempting to push up and then sell side reacting. And then they'll look above. We see a retest of this area and then a push off of it. So for me, this is our next level. It just makes sense. This is our ADR low. Also the pivot from yesterday in this So if we ever see that offer step below our 96, I will be looking for that ETH low as well as our ADR that is here, where we saw this reactionary pivot. But as long as 96 continues to keep getting a bid, right, there's not much more we should be expecting. We should expect a continuation of our balance open price and our gap fill. Hopefully that makes more sense of how I look at structure in the morning. Still holding our pivot on NQ and RTY. Always keep in mind that we are making lower highs across the board. Until we see that breach and we start to make higher lows and a break our lower highs, we are still in that current trend, right? Good job, Varg. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. What is happening? Is there a buyout or something? Is it halted? No. Usually when you see price do something like that, it's because like they've there's a buyout or like delisting garbage like that. So it just like oscillates in the price point which they agreed. If you are playing off of the 96, great first target into our PVZ low at 304. Again, need to see the look over 308 and make 315 supportive. Or we will continue to just range. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. You guys have a good weekend? Anything fun? did I do this? Again, flew by. Hung out with my family mostly. Started prepping for my move. That's basically it. Nothing too fun. Like a family poker night. The third month in a row I've won. GG's. No, we don't play for money, sadly. Or probably better for everyone else. Soon, Darian. Yeah, with the family flex. What? No, I did not. Is that true? Darian, you have anything to say on? Do you have a comment?
Taking a look at the fear and greed index, 78 out of 100, equaling. Sorry, that's 56 out of 100, equaling greed. And the crypto fear and greed index, 73 out of 100, also equaling greed.
What?
Taking a look at the VIX, currently up 2.17% at 13.19.
Back up to our balance high at 308 on ES. Another hold of our 96s, right? No change there. RTY is still just oscillating. And Q trying to build a higher low on a recovery of our POC. But we still need that push over the 710 resistance that's been holding the offer so far. I just want to give you guys a heads up that there's probably going to be a lot more half days this week because I need to be arranging movers and I need to be giving myself a bit of time to get things done before the stores close. So maybe not 12, but definitely not doing full sessions for this week. Um, Starting my move, so getting ready for that. Need to go out and get boxes and whatnot. With Varg, yeah, Varg and I are moving in stuff. I just want a bit more time to get stuff done. If I wait for the full session to be over, then I'm like really limiting what I can get done. That's all. So many businesses close early. Like I can still go to like Home Depot and buy boxes, but like actually getting a quote for a moving company and figuring all that is going to be. I'm on their hours of when they'll actually take my call. I want to give myself a bit of flexibility there, at least until I can secure that. You can see that we're building out a bit of a 3 bar where we're holding that morning balance candle that I was talking about, first 15 on the day, as resistance. And now we're just building the structure, which is trying to find acceptance below this candle, right? And if that happens, there is definitely a case for this final leg down into our gap fill, right? We need to see acceptance back over that 710 level that I've been talking about on NQ, and then a bid being able to step in to make this go up, right? We need to see buyers be able to push us back into this morning candle body. It's kind of all that I've got here right now. Or we expect sell side to continue to kind of just find that as our resistance point and push us below. I think if we break this basing and this node no longer holds, filling this LVN makes a ton of sense. So really need to see a good push through this 710 here now. You off a minute. Very similar setup on ES on the 15. Switch over to that. Where we are trying to build above our body high here. We're holding our PVZ value low, but we do need to get back into over that 308 that I keep mentioning, right? That's the body of our first 50 as well as our POC day. We filled out the structure and we started to build this base here from our gap, but we do still need to get over that 308 on ES and that 710 on NQ, or those will remain as where our offer is just kind of sitting. No change. Hopefully that is pretty visible on the 15-minute stuff of just the candle structure if you're not looking at the nodes themselves. I could hire almost I question Flex. Do I trust scenario? It's always a possibility, but is it the optimal outcome? No. That sounds like a bad idea to help move. One of your worst ideas. You just delete this solid of that. So this might be pivot. Pivot. Testing our 710s now on NQ. Again, ES still has room up to 308, but we need to get over and make that supportive for anything more, or we are trapped within this range. Russell starting to lead down. To watch our retest here into our weekly value low. We have this PVZ at, sorry, not PVZ. We have a untested POC here at 73.4. Also our previous day POC that we pushed off of and then never came back down to test. So structurally, it does make sense that if we are going to fill this imbalance, coming back down into 73.4. So kind of our last chance here. Just maintain. Need to see buy side really show their hand. Russell coming down into our target here. Previous day POC and that VPOC 73.4. See if we get a bid to step in there. Seventy-three 4 VPOC taken out. Now looking to see if buy side liquidity is enough here, or if we'll push it down and make it resistance. ES coming back down into our low. Another rejection off of our 710 level on NQ. Just back down to our value low here at 71s. Halving that. Our first little look below 96. See if there's anything meaningful here. Russell still falling. NQ coming back down to our basing. Looking for buy side to be present here to lift us immediately back over our 96. We don't really want to see any acceptance build below. If we do, right, then we have a continuation potential down or next target on ES. So I want to see the lift kind of happen relatively quick and have a bit of follow through here.
Brent extends declines down 3%, trade below $79 a barrel.
Q now bottom of our range into our 50s. Watching for that offer now to see if it'll hold 96 as resistance as we push back in. For upside, we're going to need to see the lift above, ability to bid off of it, and then a continuation up. Targets. For sell side, we're looking for this to now be resistance. Barely any, basically the inability for buyers to get us back above. Offer kind of now being there, locking us in with weakness on both ES and RTY. Sorry, NQ and RTY at the same time, right? So if these can't find these lows, then we expect down. But if they can, right, then we expect more of the same rotation wise. Watching this 96, offer still holding. Russell trying to bid. See if NQ can get back above 70s. back into our value, or if that'll be our resistance. Zero test on tick here, as well as our 96 on ES. Watching NQ now retesting our value low as resistance. Value low retest here on NQ from bottom, the bottom at R51. Still need to recover. Zero test again on tick. Q trying to get back into value here. Value low retest here on NQ. Russell attempting to build higher lows. Still about a 50-50 on which way we go, to be honest. Need to see that offer hold. Sell side definitely has a bit more real estate to work with to continue us down. Retesting R96 as bid here on ES, just waiting on NQ and RTY to either find tops and start to sell, or be able to hold and maintain higher lows for more upside, right? Like that's our catalyst to let us know if we're going to be able to maintain range or not. Mm. 20 seconds until new 15s. Should get our decision then. Russell retesting our value as NQ is retesting our lows. So if sell side has any sort of offer into 65, 55, I expect us to make a new low on the day for NQ. If 55, 65 area holds offer, 15-minute candle closes, you're going to see a decent sized lift from NQ for buy side to recover EOC for this to be a rotation back up to 710. Watching Russell here specifically into our 75. This is our value low edge. This is where buy side decides, are they going to maintain the low or is this going to offer and down? Up dubs. Good rejection so far on the Russell at our 75. We're watching to see if the 73.4 now will hold the higher low. And we hold here and recover, push up, or does this become our resistance for a retest back down? NQ failed to breach, right? Made that new low on the close of the 15, pushing down into our next target. Very clear divergence on tick, yes, with the Russell pushing up and Q going down. It bit iffy. Watching our zero test here. Good area to risk off 1 on ES if you're playing off 96. We push down into our 80 area. Russell back down to our low, so we've just found a new oscillation for RTY that we talk about. It's just this 75 low. See if we breach or if we'll continue to oscillate 2 areas. If you didn't read the morning plan, this is kind of how I see the bottom of our balance here, where either this like 84 will maintain, or we'll start to retrace that squeeze that we saw end of day on Friday. This is going to be our next reactionary area. I like 873 if build below 84s. I'd be wanting to see something like this, I think, or more downside, where this becomes our resistance. I do expect some relief here from ES. Need to see that look below 84s and continuation down for anything more. NQ coming down into our low. We already have such a big move down. Yeah. I mean, this is just what we failure to get back over our 10s. Then you had a 4 bar, and now we have our gap fill, right? So now NQ is where we wanted it to be. We filled the LVN. So now it's just a matter of off of this move, is buy side willing to defend our gap, right? Or does this become resistance for that continuation down? Because there's no structure here, right? On either side, there's nothing. So like if this becomes resistance, there's a lot of there's an ability for us to kind of like rotate
Israel's
through this.
Netanyahu says there's
We
no
really
ceasefire
want to
deal
see
without our conditions being met.
the ability for NQ to kind of be able to hold this basing here off of this node now that we've filled it. See something very similar on ES as well, where we are dependent on this balance kind of at these lows maintaining. Here, I just scrolled out so that this node is a bit more apparent. You see how we've just come back down to the edge low of this node? But if this becomes resistance, right, then we can fill down into this structure here to 270. So we're really at the whims of NQ, seeing if we can now hold our gap. Does that make sense to everyone? Structurally, what I just talked about? Yes? Okay. Our previous week value area low on NQ here. You are 85, 90. You know, we're just waiting to see what happens here. Again, just filling the gap. From the gap fill, I expect that'll cause our relief bounce, and then we'll get our reoffer. So expecting that to happen on ES as well once we've filled this. Expect some buy side interaction here into this low, and that should then trigger this offer to let us know if we're going to get that more downside here or if we'll be able to recover if NQ is able to find like an actual solid bid off of the gap fill. That should be our next area to let us know if we should be staying in the short or if we should be looking for a reverse. Russell's still maintaining our balance that we found, right? Like there's nothing, no difference yet, just oscillating between our two pivots here. While we wait for NQ to fix some of the structure. All right, I think this is a great idea to move stops down if you are playing off of that 96. This is where we expect a bit of relief if NQ is going to try to hold the gap. We don't see any relief here. It's just a pretty easy sign that buy side's just completely uninterested, right? We would then look for NQ to show our ETH low as resistance, and then we'll look for continuation below this level. But we should expect some buy side reaction here on NQ. We watch for the reoffer, see if that 84 or 88 area holds as resistance here. Or if we can get back above. Surely Buffett lost it all in a single day. Your fantasy order? Surely you get filled at 1. What? Yeah, but that doesn't mean much, man. My man reads everything. So this is how I played this move. I tried going long at first, um, and then I flipped short once we saw the break on NQ, the weakness with the Russell into the high. And then just took a small loss and then just played it down. 'Cause again, we had our pivot. So it's like either we were going to be able to hold with the Russell being able to holding a higher low with NQ, or it was going to fail, and then we continue to play it down. And then the ability to just being like able to flip is understanding like, okay, well this thing didn't happen that I wanted to happen, so now we play it down. Until we see NQ really show this basing and ability to push in a higher low, higher high, right, even in the short term, it's going to be very hard to think that ES is going to be able to maintain or push up, especially with the Russell breaking our low here. Now we're just waiting on NQ and RTY to find that base for us to play up again. I think the offer still holds that 84.88. Still need to test, but it looks like we're going to balance here for a bit longer before we figure out directionality. I really don't think you should be looking for a ton more on NQ until we see that look below our overnight low, our resistance. Or I think this will just kind of be playing into that level, if anything, right? I mean, there's still decent points here if you're just scalping NQ, but you have to be a bit careful because this is that gap fill. Remember what happened on ES here. Look at ES's price action on the gap fill, where we balanced here for quite a bit of time, and then we got that look below the gap fill. That held as our resistance at 96, and then we pushed down. So look at NQ's action now and understand that the potential for balance here for a while makes a lot of sense. But if this becomes resistance on a retest, on a look back in, then we can start to really target that downside. So just keep that in mind that ES's gap price action for a similar kind of pattern of like where you should be acting. So again, just from what I wrote, break and hold below 52.96. We look for that 87.84, where we just tried to hold. We saw that as a failure. We are now looking below it. I said I think if we start showing sell side acceptance below that pivot, we can see sellers start to show a more aggressive downside trend targeting that 72 and then 50. So we're pushing into that 72 now. Again, just waiting on NQ at this pivot. Don't know if there's going to be a ton here until we show a willingness from sellers to push us below our gap and then hold that as resistance, which is what we're attempting now, just like we did on ES. So it's just waiting on that, or expect NQ to balance here for, I don't know, probably another 7 minutes waiting. Zero tick test. We see the Russell trying to get back into our previous balance and our offer still maintaining. Need Russell back over 70.2 for us to come back up into this, or expect that to kind of hold. A good first risk off here on NQ if you are playing off the slow that I've been talking about. Just coming back up into our 604. Need to see the look above that, or just expect this to kind of be your balance high for this little range that we're developing from the gap. Russell attempting that 70.2, seeing if we can get back into that balance. And this is our reoffer that I mentioned on 84.88 on S. Come back up into the top of our NQ balance. $84 retest here. Share our offer. Russell now attempting over that 72. Let's see if that's going to be able to bid and hold. Get us back into this range for something like this. Again, need to see NQ start to be able to build above here, or expect this to just be where our seller offer is. Do you guys are you starting to see how we can use like that gap and then like the pattern that we developed on ES to have a better understanding of how we should be looking at like reaction? That make more sense now? Visualize that, like expecting the relief back up into this just off of what happened on ES in the same area. Zoom out on ES more than what I already have. I think if 72 doesn't hold, that will probably like fix. Probably something like
Fed bids for 3-month bills total $781.2 million, and Fed bids for 6-month bills total $781.2 million.
Do you see where we are in the 15 again? Where we have buy side attempting the exact same thing as before, and sell side doing the same thing as before. Either we're able to hold this edge low, right? Or this is going to be another 3-bar down to fix the structure. Our battle level above, right, is going to be this ETH low, the middle of this node. Of here, here, and here. What's up, Gav? Boss, do you see where we bounced on NQ on that 15? Where we were able to hold that 581? So like there's potential here. Now it's just, can we build above on the 15? Or the reversal to kind of set up off the two POCs that are basically stacked at the low, and us holding it as supportive.
At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $70 billion in 3-month bills, prior high yield 5.255%, and a prior bid cover of 2.87. And the US sells $70 billion in 6-month bills, prior high yield 5.17%, and a
Yeah.
prior bid cover of 3.06.
So where this POC develops is going to be really important for the retest. Probably like this 603, 610, I would assume, is where it'll probably maintain the new 15. And then we'll look to see if that'll hold delta dependent, right? I don't know what's going to happen in the next 9 minutes, but that's kind of where I would be watching for that bid to maintain now, which was already our pivot at 604 on chart. Thing to be aware of for like an actual reverse. Did you get the message that some security faulted? Yeah, there's some issues with their data. Please move stops up if you are playing longs. This is, of course, or ES coming up into our resistance here. This 88, our overnight low, up at 90, right? Like this is where we'll watch, especially with Russell back up at the top of our range at our 73.4. We want to see if NQ can now build here. That's kind of the thing that's going to keep us going. We know that the Russell's basically just maintaining a range, but NQ is trying to hold our gap. So from here, can we now build a higher low? Ideally at this like 604 level would be a good. It's where our previous sellers were. I'd like to see buyers be able to step in here. I'll try to highlight that for you. Just this, right? Where that selling wick was. This is where that seller was positioned on the offer. We then dipped below, back down to where our previous seller was, saw buyers willing to step in and push us off. Now we're looking to see if that bid can flag here like we have drawn out for a continuation up to retest our value. If we don't see that bid really step in to defend this edge, then rotations back down make the most sense with our offer holding our resistance here on ES. And so this is going to be a major test. See if we get a reversal setting up and buyers are willing to be able to do anything really, or if it'll just be a continuation down with our lower highs and just a bear flag, right? Like the overall, until we see a breach back into value, still just bearish. By securing gain, have a known edge, playing off of that edge, and just playing off of the higher lows makes the most sense. But if we lose those, right, like then you've lost kind of a lot of your bullish narrative. Here's your NQ chart off of our edge that we talked about, right? So what are we doing right now? Well, we are just rotating this node, right? So we're coming up to the top edge of this node again, which is why I'm telling you to be a bit more fluid up here and start looking at profits if buyers fail to breach above. We do have this LVN that we can create. You can see that we immediately shot through this, right? There was like no resistance on this push down. There was structure, right? But now we are coming back up and we need to see if we can build here like this for a push back up. I'm gonna delete now that it's, and now just understand that we're battling LVN. All we're doing is oscillating the right now. See more from buy side here. We push us back up to at least 50. But I'd be
At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $70 billion in 3-month bills, prior high yield 5.255%, and a prior bid to cover of 2.87. And the US sells $70 billion in 6-month bills, prior high yield 5.17%, and a prior bid to cover of 3.06.
I'd like to see all dips kind of get bought into this if it was going high. 602, 660. I think if buyers don't hold that edge, then nothing has shifted. We need to see buy side willing on it specifically. Of course, ES is at our offer here. Minute 40 until new hourlies, new 15s, right?
Shortly expecting the results of the 3 and 6-month bill auctions.
New hourly, euro close as well. Looking for buy side to be able to maintain this 602, 616 bid or push back into value. And then from there, we'll have to just wait and see. Pick pushing up into our 500s, still maintaining our offer here on ES. Just waiting on NQ, RTY for a decision. News soon.
Six-month bill high yield, 5.155%, 5.155%. Bid to cover ratio, 2.95, 2.95. So the US sells $71 billion in six-month bills and awards 15.22% of bids at high. And three-month bill high yield, 5.25%, 5.25%. Bid to cover ratio, 2.74, 2.74. So the US sells $71 billion in three-month bills and awards 63.18% of bids at high.
This is really your final test here on NQ. See if buy side can do anything. If you are playing short off of the pivot on ES, it's a good first target. Need to see more dip below 602 and the offer holding there is going to be key. Watching this reoffer at 84s here on ES, as well as if reach back above our 20. Yeah, actually go to a smaller time. See what I mean? Looks good so far in NQ. As we approach into 50, you want to definitely be moving your stops up if you're playing off of any of these pivots for long side.
OPEC May crude output rose 60,000 barrels per day to 26.96 million barrels per day, according to a survey. And OPEC's crude production steady while key members float quotas. Yeah, probably people getting back in off of panic selling. Watching our 20 retest here on NQ as we push back down into it. On what, Nick? On ES? Yeah, let me put on Patty. It's just at our overnight low. 90 to 95.
We now have to deal with that 20 level on NQ, seeing as the bid was able to no longer maintain there. Just back to our uh, value low here at 610. But sorry, our monthly value low here, right? It's the developing one. There's not a ton here without us being able to hold that 20. That was really important. Yes, still just maintaining our resistance. Just back down to our 602 here. This buyer is able to maintain, or things get a bit iffy. I'll just go back to the 15-minute structure of why I care. And see, this 600 is just like the mid of our node. So I'm really looking for buy side. We see some deltas that are positioned here, but also we understand like this is going to be our resistance. It's our edge high of our node. This is our edge low of our node. This is our mid. So if we're going to maintain, I want to see buy side continue to kind of develop this out and be able to push off of our mid and never really have to retrace more than that, or things get really dicey for buy side. What we're looking for is the ability to then push over this 20 edge, right? That's where we are. And if we can hold that 20, then there's room for us to continue up. But like we still have to maintain our mid pivot and then our high pivot. And once we see this high pivot start bidding, then we can look up for more. If we continue to see a failure there, right, then we're going to have to watch for that offer below. And then that's when you get that continuation down. So again, we're just trading within this node right now. But buy side willingness to maintain the mid is ideal for higher lows. Failure there, then we have to deal with that as the offer, just like we now have to deal with that on 20s on NQ. We can see that this is just on ES very similar, where this could easily now turn into our four bar down for continuation to fill this LVN. Do we see our pivots holding and maintaining? So like if this breaks down, then it's a very similar pattern to what happened earlier in the day, where we maintained our inside candle and sellers then won, pushing us below, offering us down for the LVN, for the fill. We are maintaining inside structure, right? Again, same as before, just like we just talked about, offer held at 620 where we wanted to see it bid. Now became our resistance. And we're now watching this 600 edge to see if the offer holds here for another leg down or if buyers can recover. If you were playing off of the 88, 84 on ES, it's just the same as before. Resistance, this is our target. If we're going to get a new low, we want to see NQ reject here. Move your stops to break even at least. If you're playing ES short, you're playing longs off of NQ from 67s or from, I mean, I can really think of. Then this is, you need to be very careful here because it's very easy to retrace the entire move if we see this now offer at 600s. Surely we all see the 20s. It's the offer point. Now we're watching to see if the offer is moving down here. You're either already long or you're waiting. It's chopping. I can't do anything more than that. I gave the bottom edge. Yeah. Need to see 620 become supportive. You get what I mean, Dubs, right? Like you need to see this become supportive and a higher low here if we want upside, or this is just going to continue to remain resistance. Like we're just trading within this node. So like if this guy is willing to continue to just absorb here and we can't build out a higher low without having to retrace the entire move back down to 600, then like we're not going anywhere. I think it's easier to see on ES where like very clear downtrend and we're holding this node and we need to see us recover its highs, right? And then start pushing. Or like this is just going to remain our offer where sell side absorbs. And then we're finally just going to see buy side failure, exhaustion, and then just a fill of this node. So like we really need NQ to get its shit together relatively soon. We've got 5 minutes and 20 seconds left on this candle. But like all we're doing is trading inside it's an inside candle, right? Out of our mother bar. So like until we break and hold in a direction, all we have to go off of is the overall trend that is down. All that we've done is hold our gap. So we either play off of the gap low or the gap high, or the node high. Anything else is just playing the chop in the middle. So you're either willing to take a position off of this edge high or rotations back down to the edge low, or you're waiting for this to become supportive for a push back up to our previous edge. Do you see if I put a fixed range on this, how positioning is happening, where all of our volume is at this high? So does it make sense why I need to see the look above and then the ability to hold this if I see that all of our volume is being exchanged at this like 20 level? So I'm just leaving this as sell side pressure until I see the look above and then the bid stepping in. Because if not, then this is just someone absorbing all of this. And then all we're looking to do is rotate back down again. Which is why it's like either you're playing off the edge high or you're waiting for that edge high to become supportive and then the bid actually being able to step in there. Because we see that this is our POC and this is our value high. And it's a super tight range up at the highs. So like until it becomes supportive, you have to treat it as where sell side is going to be positioned for a rotation back down to the low. Trying to go long at the high of the range without a breakout and retest is just going to screw you over like 9 out of 10 times. Right? Like your odds are much better trying to go long here at the low of the range than here at the high of the range until we see that look above and then the ability to bid. Because what do we expect? We expect rotations to occur between these two pivots, our value low and value high of this range. And until we see the break below and the retest here, acceptance outside, then we shouldn't expect more downside. And until we see the break above and the retest, we shouldn't expect more upside. It's a range, right? Like there's not much I can do about that. Like, you know. But as long as we remember that expansion only occurs on a break of value and a hold, right? You just continue to remind yourself of that. That we need to see for expansion to occur, we need a break of value, and then for the bid to shift. Same thing for sell side. A breakdown is going to require us to break below our value low, and for the sell to shift, right? The offer to shift to where the bid was. If that occurs, then we get a break of range expansion. Um, ORL, yeah, I mean it would be nice. I think we need to see a bit more. I think if you get over 50s, sure that is supportive, then like that driving force can probably push us back up to 70. ORL might be a bit much right now. We're still just holding this offer. But it would be nice. There's still definitely a role here. This pivot. Have a good rest of your day, Cass. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing here until we get the either the look above or the breakdown. All we're doing is holding our 4-bar structure. Or sorry, the inside bar structure off that node. So need a lot more from buy side for it to be bullish. It's a range until proven otherwise. Muscle break of structure coming back down to our 64. We have now done the full retrace of the kind of like volatile little push up we had on Friday back down to our basing structure. So waiting to see what happens here into our 64 area. Understanding that this was that volatile push up. We've fully retraced this poor structure and have come back down this space. Throw a fixed range on it. Punching NQ back into our low, seeing if we can build this acceptance that I've drawn out, or if this will double bottom, and then we can look back into this position for a full push back up to the 20s. Need to see acceptance where our offers move down and we fail to push back in over this 85, kind of where you're looking for that offer to hold. If you are shorting off of 84s, of course, this is a great risk off into our low. Again, only expecting like this move down into 72. Until we see 72 resistance, we don't look for much more down. And then look for a retest of our value high down at 63. But until then, like always be risking off into the low from our high in a range. We trade the range. I know it's a crazy concept. See if the offer holds at the low of our balance. Fixed ranges. Same thing on NQ. See what I mean, Dubs, by just waiting for that edge test? That make more sense now? This is our push into our 72. Take one off. ETH low on NQ, the rejection of our balance low. We can see our overnight low become resistance, then we should be able to trade down in our value high from yesterday. So same thing as before. We just watch the reoffer. Well, again, like it happened quick because there's nothing there, right? We break out of the structure and then we fill the LVN. As long as we understand what's going on, like it's just, yeah, it is what it is. We watch for something like this now for continuation down, leading this now that it's played. Everything's coming back down to our previous day values. Two 15s, 50 seconds. Do we see why I say that 53? If we look at the higher time frame chart that I have up, we see how that's our next node. Yes. So if this node becomes resistance, we look for the fill down into this edge. And if this becomes resistance, then it's like, okay, where are we going? Well, probably 30s. Do we see that or no? I want to make sure everyone's on the same page here. Yes, and just understanding the overall trend, right? The reason why I keep coming back to this chart because I think it's incredibly important to understand like the overall trend is here. Like if we can't break balance high off the node, then we expect continuation down from sellers because it's the easier path, especially with no structure built out. Why I've been referencing these over and over and over again because like there's just no structure below us. This is our first target here on NQ from the hold of our ETH low that we just talked about. We are now retesting our previous day value high as well as our previous week value low on ES, right? So these are both great targets for first little bit of relief if we're going to get any. You'd expect that this is now our resistance here, our previous day value high. We watch this to now offer. I'm going to delete this now that this is played. We now watch to see if this now holds as resistance and if we get that final leg down into 50 here off of a hold of the seller. Again, below 53, if we see acceptance like this, where it bear flags, we can then look for that move, build some of the structure. But we have to lose value first. So this is just a reversion. Zero test tick. Bottom of our short-term range here on ES, back to our previous week value low. If you are shorting off of that 62-64 area, this is your first target, of course, into the bottom of the range. We want to see the offer lower below our most recent buyer, and then hold that as resistance for continuation down. We've got Russell and NQ both making a new low, so it's a good sign, but we need to see a bit more. I'd like to see this 94, 95 area now kind of hold offer on NQ on any sort of retest or continuation down. So just move stops to at least break even. No reason you're not. And we look for this 53. Remember, in trend, you do not have to be the guy who knife catches. All you have to do is be the guy who plays the trend continuation in pre-offer. We will know when we are going up, right? We will see the higher low. We will see the break of the lower highs. Till then, you just play the offer and then you play it to the next level. You don't have to screw yourself here. You can just play the reoffer until we see the push above validation, then look for the bid. Pushing into our 53s now. Do we see how we can find levels by just looking at our structure like we've talked about? You guys have questions like I need you to answer, or I think everyone's doing all right. I've gone over like the higher time frame chart every 15 minutes, showing us what we're looking for in validation, where we're probably going. But like, okay, good. Yeah, it's been my pivot. The same for Friday. I don't know if we get more. Not too sure. I could see us coming down maybe one more leg on ES down into like 40s. Um, but at this point, like it's just success. Just play trend, leave a runner. When Mario gets on, I'm gonna run to the store real quick and then I'll be back. Gotta make a couple calls. But I'll leave stream running. It'll only be like 10 minutes. No, I haven't. Not today. Show tick? It's here. Oh, was it? Oh, sorry. Let me pull it up. Yeah, well, like all the news all of a sudden was like kind of shitting on him, you know? So it makes sense. I think Hikaru had a really good point where he was like, Magnus plays way more reckless against the younger guys and doesn't play like he plays against like with Fabi and Hikaru, like he plays very differently than he plays against the guys that are like 18, 19. Like trying to prove himself that he can be like not as respectful, and he ends up losing those games a lot. I think that was a really good point, Karo, because Karo was like straight up like, "I wish you'd played like that against me," which is true. I'm gonna watch the Armageddon for sure between the two of them. That'll be good. I mean, and the thing is, like they definitely have his respect, but because he's spoken really highly of Prague before. Back to our offer here on ES. Age of Empires and chess. See if we can break through this seller here, guys. This is important off of our low. Can NQ start to build above this guy and bid for a pushback up to our overnight low? Or is the offer going to maintain here, right, at our pivot? Can we get over on an ES as well, back above our previous day value high, and start to build this as support? Or is this going to remain our resistance? feel like Hikaru's had better prep than every single person so far. My man's accuracy is 99.2. Sheesh.
Hello, guys.
Yo, how you doing?
I'm alive.
Good.
It's a long weekend. These weekends just seem long, man.
Not a bad thing.
No, long in a bad way.
Oh, okay. Well,
The weekend seems short. The day seem long.
ugh.
That's the way to.
Hmm.
Maybe that's the way. I see you guys have gotten a very nice look back into the structure.
Yeah, the lack of structure. I'm not sure where we go now. It's like they've been trying to do these reversals that have failed every attempt when we do these, like 3 bar structures where we get this large, like, doji wick, and then we just, like, balance for the next hour, and then we have another leg down.
Nice.
So I don't know. This is the basic structure that I've been walking them through today. Just like filling these LVNs, and
Yeah,
then
exactly.
I don't really know what happens here until we see the push below 53. But
I mean, this, like where we are right now, I would basically call this the imbalance filled from
yeah,
Friday's, like,
that's kind of where I'm at as well. The problem is that NQ just looks worse.
nice. Okay.
Like I just don't feel like do we need to fill down into this 40? That's kind of my guess. You scroll out a bit. I just
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
don't know.
Exciting stuff, guys. Did you catch any of the Berkshire Hathaway glitch? Did you see that?
I saw it, but I didn't know how to play it.
You buy the stock. Love the stock.
True. His was trying to get filled at $1.
That's
It,
just stupid.
it didn't work. 200. Oh, sorry.
I
But
saw
might as
this
well.
morning some people like some screenshots, but I really don't think anyone got filled. I think it was just a visual
Yeah,
glitch.
no way. Someone still has to be on the other side of that trade. Like who?
Kids, how much GameStop did you buy at $40 today? Zero.
You see how, like, if you had actually bought it 18 kids, you would have had a really great time, like we talked about. And now we're just back to this balance here. 18.
Fuck, are you in voice? No.
Did I buy? No, I'm not touching GME. You asked me for levels. I gave you levels. I'm touching that garbage.
Okay, Varg, we're so aligned. We thought the exact same thing.
53 test here on ES.
Dubs.
Is the expansion out today?
No, it's servers are down for like 25 hours and then it goes live tomorrow.
Got it.
They like started rolling it out a little bit, Kels, to I think like some of the higher packages. I don't know how they split it up. But you might have it already. So like if you go to indicators and then technical, it's there. At least for me. I'm not sure if Sig has talked about it at all. I'm gonna guess probably not. My opinion is if you are trading on like a prop firm or even on your own account and you're trading futures, trade and you're not on Top Step X, you have access to a way better TPO and footprint. Now, if you are on Top Step X, or if you are only on TradingView and like mainly equities and options, I think it's something good to dabble with and try. But just because we understand how TradingView stores data, um, I am not going to rely on it super heavily. I'm going to prefer to use my Tradeovate, but I haven't messed with it too much. So that's kind of like my front and center opinion on it. That may change if their data, if TradingView's data feeds and stuff change. So
Yeah, 'cause both of them have been out. And sorry, I was watching chess. Both of them are out in beta and have been for a while. I've tried playing around with the footprint a bit. I think the TPO will probably be the most accurate thing to use because that's not volume data but time. I don't know about the footprint. The footprint seems like just BS to me right now because they don't have data. So like I don't know what they're pulling from. But the TPO should be fun. Should be good.
and just
Ah,
for if people are like, what are you talking about with the data?
he's
TradingView
pissed.
doesn't store any of the intra-bar data. So like once the bar completes, it just remembers the open, high, low, close. And then it does the same thing for volume. Like once it completes, it doesn't like store it like in an array. It just is like exists and it goes to the next one. Where like Tradeovate stores every single tick that was transacted for I think like 3 or 4 months. So it's going to be much more accurate.
Holy, what a close of a game. Man is so done with over the board, bro. Could have had like 3 moves pre-moved online. What a game. Damn.
Really keeping an eye on this like bottom auction on ES. Like to see a trade over 66, continued reductions, and I would not be surprised if we seek down towards this 45, which is still our higher time frame balance below. Has he played anyone decent yet, Sig? Tyler won.
I mean, he's playing like people in the top like 0.1%, but like, what do you mean by decent? You know, like he beat a
Like
2200 player.
okay, so like just like proving that his online score can hold up in real life.
I mean,
So
I haven't seen him play any
kind
like
of
over the board, but
okay.
he is he is like 1900 now. He peaked at 1960,
Okay. I
which
mean
is
that's still like
huge.
phenomenal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's insane. I mean, he started playing a year ago. I mean, it's remarkable.
Hmm.
He was rated 130 a year ago.
Okay. So there's a lot of times too where like that like the transfer to like IRL
Yeah,
can be
yeah.
like
I mean, he did it with a 49% loss rate. So like he's like almost break even, but he just doesn't care. He just keeps going. And he's just
hmm
progressing slowly. Like dude loses 49% of his games. He just has the grind and is more than willing to take losses compared to other people who like will give up if they start losing.
hmm
It's just remarkable. How did he not know? Russell leading down again, new low. Just keep that in mind. Every time we've seen the Russell lead down, we've gotten the new low on NQ. So I'm kind of looking to see if that'll happen for this last rotation. Again, I think that a push down into 40s makes a lot of sense just off of our structure here to fill this LVN. But I don't know what happens after that. I'm going to be honest with you. That would make the most sense to me if we can't bid here at this like 75. Watching to see if we get a reoffer on the Russell off this look below. If we do, then the NQ probably follows suit on the reoffer. Sorry. That would probably lead to NQ low. I'm flat here just waiting for directionality. I'm probably gonna run to the store here in a second. This is like the second day in a row,
The
technically,
S&P
for
500 down
data issues.
0.6%, the Nasdaq down
Now I think
0.3%,
about
and
it.
the Dow down 1%.
Because wasn't SPX screwed up on Friday?
Maybe.
That was Friday, right? Or was that Thursday? Can't remember. I'm actually gonna take 5 and head to
Yeah,
the
you're
corner
good.
store. I'll be right back.
Peace out. Little seek here on the Russell out of this lower auction. See if it leads. So again, it makes sense for ES to move like 10 points down here if we can see some continued bearish action through this hour. Pretty aggressive offer there at 50 half to kind of like get the ball rolling on ES there. Russell 2050 yesterday or Friday low. Our low tick of the day. Do you think it does make sense to come down a little bit more here? You have some liquidity into 48, but 45 makes a lot of sense. Retesting structure here. Zero tick as well.
Shortly expecting the Fed reverse repo operation. 63 counterparties take $387.069 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
ES and Q now both officially back into this structure of our kind of mini auction here at the lows. Russell still yes to make full test. Still for any like longs out of this zone, you have a pretty nice setup where you can push if we can get the higher high and push above and then support. You have this LVN. Still failures to make higher highs through any of this. You should expect we're continuing to leg down. That low looked pretty good. There's definitely still liquidity being offered lower, as well as higher time frame structure. So definitely room for some more downside continuation. But like I said, really need to see a higher high before you can feel comfortable in any longs. Here's your kind of first initial top of range. Primary middle of node for ES as well as NQ. Here is Russell testing back into structure. He is still in this kind of like 60, 61 area. Your prominent edge being that 65, 66.
All right. Oof. Looks like we tagged 40s and then fun bid.
Yeah, we didn't. I was really wanting 45s to trade on ES. We did not quite get it. And like NQ is just shy of like that 29 fill, but yeah, we're just back into the same auction now. Russell just testing the bottom of it.
Oh, I missed half the interview. Yikes. What the hell is this? Oh, 1810, 18. Okay, I thought that you had 1810. That's the light level. I'm confused, Mario. Holy.
No, but that's still a
That
lot.
is a lot. Oh. How did you dupe engrams? What?
I'm playing the game.
It couldn't be. Back to our previous day value high here at 63.75. See if NQ can now hold previous day value high. That'd be great. Yeah, let's see if Russell can get back in. Pretty iffy still. I think Russell needs over 56.8 and hold. Offer moving up into 59. It's not a bad sign. Need the higher low. Did anyone fill into 40s? No. I'm sorry I wasn't here for that. What was that dip we were looking for? Same, man. I had a sneaky limit, but I don't know if I'm just gonna keep it at break even or not. Will he sell is the real question.
And I don't think he made $1 billion. I don't. I don't. This might be somewhat conspiracy theory, but I don't think it is. So his position.
State departments say they are
Let this
completely
guy talk.
confident that Israel agrees to the ceasefire
His
proposal.
average was pretty high.
Yeah. So if GameStop didn't make the 45 million share offering like what 2 weeks ago or whatever, he would have over 5%. So he would have to file as an owner then. And right now he's at like 4.8%. So I wonder if he's going to exercise some of those options to get the share quantity to get to the 5%, and then try to take like a ownership position. Yeah, that's what it like the. I don't see why else you would do it.
Yeah, why else is he positioning like that?
I literally cannot comprehend like
I mean, why
why
would
you
he
would do
be
that.
that heavy? Like, it doesn't
Yeah,
make any
it makes no
sense.
sense. It makes no sense.
Especially that heavy in stock and then also a directional bet in the same direction.
Yes.
Like, that
Yeah.
doesn't make any sense.
No, it's crazy. Well, even like, and I was typing about this in here last night with kids, but like, even if you are a billionaire, if you're putting 20% of your net worth in a single name, that is dumb. Like, you're stupid. It's not like a vigilante position. So like, there has to be something else going on.
Yeah, I think 20% of your net worth without having a stake would make no sense. Like, he has to go for ownership for
And
long term.
I don't think he's a billionaire.
No.
Like, I think this is much more than 20% of his net worth. Yeah, which is just stupid, Tom. Like, it's like actually moronic.
This is, of course, our reoffer here. Previous state value high, 63.75 pivot. It's our previous value high, right? This is our 16 on NQ, top of our range. Good area to look to risk off or move stops up if you are playing off of a more recent low. We need to see a look above and a reclaim of our overnight low on NQ up at 40.
This is that 65. This is like auction edge. If you can build here, like I said, I almost prefer this for a long. If you can go over and support this to come back, ES back towards like 75, 76 for
Yeah,
the
I think
LBN.
if Russell and NQ can reclaim here, like, there's definitely a better long the knife catch. Because then it'll just be a reclaim of value, and then it's like, okay, let's just play the range again.
Mm-hmm.
Question is, do I keep this? It's 100 points basically for doing nothing, for going to the store. I think this move is going to cost me like $800 to $1,000. Like, I don't know if I can get it any cheaper. Feels so bad, man. Yeah, movers are so expensive for them to like still break my stuff. It's, of course it's still worth, but like it's just annoying. Definitely worth not having to do it myself. I was just hoping to pay like 500. True. This is our overnight low on NQ. Again, this is that pivot I was talking about. I think what we need to see for expansion to even kind of happen, I don't even want to call it expansion, return back to our balance, would be something like this, where we're able to flag and hold our overnight low on a look above, and then look back into our value at 67, 65, that area that Mario was talking about. Like, we need to see this bid happen back in. Crackheads break in, steal it all, and collect on renter's insurance. It's a good suggestion.
Is that a flex suggestion?
Right? Who else? Who
Sounds
else?
about right.
Definitely an idea. I'll leave that on the table. You know.
Testing LVN on ES now.
Appreciate it, Nick. Every time I talk to my grandma, man, I just get like actually destroyed. Like, it's just not even fun anymore. Like, I love her and like she's gonna die soon, so like I have to just kind of accept it. But like getting verbally abused every time I see her is it's rough. In what world is like me getting an art job over a finance job the solution? What? Feels bad, man. What's crazy is when I was going to art school, it was like that was also something to like look down on, you know? Like it's just never, oh, you're an artist. How are you gonna make money? She doesn't care. She doesn't care. The quote from this weekend was, now that you have money, are you gonna go back to school and do art again? Or are you gonna continue being miserable doing what you're doing? And it's like, I'm not miserable. I love what I do. Why you think I'm gonna go back to college? I dropped out of college to do art.
Until
Like
my
what?
aunt, who's basically a grandma, she's like, "Are you gonna go finish school?
Like,
How can you be successful without a degree?"
it's like, what do you mean? Like, first of all, like school is never the issue. Like I dropped out because I'd already started a successful company. Like wait, going back to school, it was never in the table, in the cards. Go get my degree in philosophy, you know, go be a barista. If I do anything, if I ever like quit trading and I don't do this anymore, it's gonna be to like open a food truck and go just like live that lifestyle. Like that's my like quitting and just like forgetting it all kind of mentality. Like I'm just gonna go cook. Yeah, definitely a Yummy's truck for sure. Bring Yummy's to Cleveland.
Of yummies? It's just Obi yelling at people. There's the entire episode.
Can't even imagine what that food truck smells like because I know he reeks of cologne. I know it.
That's true.
So it's just like hot oil and like a ugh.
All the Syrian spices too.
Yeah.
It probably smells good, but it's like not something you're used to.
I
You
just
know
get
what
the
I mean?
biggest
Like,
migraine. Oh, with too much smell, sensory overload.
apparently, okay, so there's like the AI like safety summit on the 25th this month. And my uncle is like freaking out about all these AI conspiracies. I don't know what to tell him.
What's his go-to? What is he? What do you think's gonna
He's just
happen?
wound up. He's
Oh,
just
okay.
wound up about all of it.
Fox has got him all wound up.
I don't know. Well, like, he owns like a really successful like roofing business as well, and it's like, dude, you're not nothing is going to
Yeah,
hit
so
you at
you've got
all.
like the
Like,
most secure job.
yeah, like
Good recovery of our value low on ES and our overnight low on Q. Testing our value low now on NQ. This is that edge I was talking about. We want to see the ability to build above here and start to flag above our previous month high at 68s on NQ. Would be really good.
if anyone once again took momentum on ES over 65, that was your target there, 75. Oh, he was one of the first in Florida to get the initial Tesla shingles, actually. But like he actually works. That's like there's nothing that AI or robotics is gonna touch with that for like 5-10 years. Like he's fine. Think about the cost to actually like push out smart enough robots to like take over a workforce right now. Like that is years down the line.
Yeah, I mean, I could see like a mechanical system for roofing, but it's not going to be for everyone, right? It's going to be for like
No.
large business.
And he still has to go like negotiate deals. Like
Yeah.
that's like it's whatever. Old people, man.
By China and not Israel? Yeah, that's a new conspiracy. I've always heard like the conspiracy theory is the Israel space laser. This one caused the fires. People just need to get off the internet. You know what I mean? The internet was a mistake. That's from the R Israel subreddit Discord. They've accepted the meme.
Is that Darian's back tattoo?
Oh, no.
Important to note here, as ES and Q have made these kind of like value moves, um, Russell is still in this lower auction. So pay attention specifically if we can come up and test like this 2059 half 2060 area. Oh, I figured out what he's at. He wants small cap AI plays.
Who?
But my uncle.
Oh, got it.
That's what he's wound up about. He's bag holding something. He's having A Lab, Astera Labs. Why are you trying small cap AI plays? That just sounds stupid.
Probably follows Zach Morris. I can't even repeat that out loud, Flex. What are we thinking here? Minute 22 seconds left till new 15s. Add our resistance. I'm looking to 85s. It's going to be tough. Start to look. That push into 85 here on NQ. It's kind of where our offer's sitting. This 85, like 600, honestly. Yeah, 18,600 on NQ. Well, Dubs, you just came back, right? So do you see how we filled the structure? Just going off of what? Do you see how we're just
Treasury
testing this node
30-year
again?
yield falls 10 basis points on the day to 4.547%.
So we got our move down into that 40s that we were targeting off the fill of this LVN here. And now we're retesting this node. So what happens if we can get back into this node? Well, we should be able to then come back up to retest the top edge. But our first real pivot is the mid at 600 if we can get back in on this edge. So I'm basically just watching this like 72, 75, seeing if the bid can step in for that move up to 600s. If 600s hold, we should be able to get another 20 points back up to the top edge. Basically, like these are our two pivots here if we can get back into this node. If we fail, right, like then this is all that she wrote for right now. which is just a failure to get back into these buyers that are here. Right? We can see this buy. We're just back to our gap. So like, is the gap going to hold as resistance where we've built out this large node? Or can we get back into the structure for a rotation through the node? That's all I'm really looking at. My 20s, I worked at a ninja. I couldn't. I was almost gonna say that full sentence out loud, Flex. I should know better by now. Actually, can't read anything you say. I think we really want to see this bid kind of maintain this 60-70 area on NQ. I feel like if we lose 60, it gets a bit iffy because we'll have to come back down to like 43, 45 to retest. So like 60-70 holding bid here would be really good for market for more upside. Let me actually just I feel like if we don't hold this higher low, then we're just gonna have to come back to retest our overnight. Things get a bit iffy because now we have this as our offer. I hate when my Dom does this, man, where it just skips down like 300 points for no reason. I feel like I'm the only one that runs into this issue. Keeps resetting, or like, I don't even know how to describe it. Like my Dom like flashes down, and then it's like stuck like 200 points below. Like it keeps trying to like auto center at the wrong level. Then I have to scroll back up. Yeah, trade of it.
I've been having some like the trade evade issues where it'll like reload and like I'll lose like half my indicators.
Yeah, I have to reapply them. So annoying. It happens with my footprint all the time.
Yeah. I don't know why. It might be a memory issue, but
Pushing down into this buyer here at the 60 and see if they can hold the bid. Again, like I think if 60 goes offer, then we probably come back down to this 43, 40 area. It just makes sense if the 60 can't hold bid and find a buy here. look down like another 20 points into our overnight low. It's just ES retesting value, right, at the same time. It's the same concept. It's like, can 60s hold our buyer here who was able to maintain, or do we need to retest our overnight low on NQ? Can ES hold our value low at the same kind of time, right? Can we both find bids there? Value low retest here on ES. Russell's still pushing down. I'm like 5 chapters into was it Sunlit Man Surf? I saw that you finished it this weekend. Pretty good so far.
That was decent at 70 there for ES. I would like to see a higher high here.
Yeah. Definitely.
But that was pretty good. It's like the low looks okay.
See if we can get over 70s on NQ where that offer's sitting. Imagine being the world champion in China. The amount of like stake that like the government itself has to be putting on you. That dude's got so much stress.
I was like, I remember
Ooh,
one of like Khabib's big fights. It might have been like after the McGregor fight, but like Putin gave him like a ton of money and like land, and it's like just crazy.
It's gotta be so stressful.
Right. Those big Eastern like China
Yeah.
and Russia just treat their athletes so differently.
Yeah. Right. Come on, Russell. Come on, NQ. You want this tag down into 40s to be like very quick, but immediately bought. Or again, like it just doesn't feel great. Want to see that overnight low, like should bid very quickly. You are playing off 43s. Good first risk off here as we push into 60 offer. We need to see that look back above. You won't be happy until we get 70s is our bid. Or it's just going to be a reoffer of the sell, right? From the look below. Actually go to a smaller time frame so we can see this.
I just turned that stuff off.
Yeah.
Dubs. So if you like in the top right of your Tradeway app, there's like application settings, and then I believe it's preferences. Yeah, it's preferences and then notifications, and you can turn them on and off. Maybe in the advanced configuration.
If you just want to turn it down, you could just, if you're on a PC, you can just go to volume mixer and turn the app down as well if you still want them on. It's the only thing I can think of. But yeah, it gets pretty annoying.
An easy download, but I would just turn it off.
Yeah. $60 retest here again. 43 is held. Offer still holding here. We have 30 seconds until new 15s and new 30 minutes. Oh god. Yeah, that sounds horrible. New PVZ zone, just at our 60 pivot. No change, right? It's the same as what I'm already calling. So your next risk off into 70s. Again, you want to see the bid be able to step over 70 and make it supportive, but that's over 30 points from 43. Second PT again. Need to see that 70 offer step out of the way and the bid push for a move up to like 85, I think. If 70s can go supportive. If not, then like it's just more of the same. We're just continuing to hold our lower highs. gonna be really rough. Like buyers really need to show their hand. Like just look at the 15-minute structure. You can see what I'm talking about. We're now holding like the body of the previous candle as our offer, right? As our resistance. And if we can't get back in above what, like 73, 74 on ES, as well as the 60 needs to kind of bid and hold on NQ for us to remain in this inside candle for the pop up. If sell side shows any strength below, right, then it's really iffy really quick for buyers. Then it's just a failure to get back into this node. Yeah. 60, 60, 60s. What is Rich talking about? Dude is just rambling. Actual yapper. It sounded like they had a bet where he had to like fit in a certain amount of words, or like a certain phrase. Not a fantasy, bud. Really keeping an eye on this Russell test into pre-state value low as well as current value low, basically the same area. The 62.8 to 61. Need to get that look above, just like we recovered on RTY and ES. We need to see that look back into value, where that will more than likely be the end of this short-term momentum if we can't get back in. Back into our 500s on tick off of a zero hold, but again, just a big offer here at the 70 level on NQ. With the Russell pushing up in the value, it's rough. We need to see like a lot. Get see a bit more excitement than what we're doing. The way that I look at this is just like LVN here, LVN here, right? We've got these two nodes that we're playing around. What we need to see is the ability to like push and hold this or push below and really anything different than what we've already got. See if I can make that a bit more apparent. Change the width. There we go. Basically 4 minutes left for buyers to be able to get their shit together and push us over. Still maintaining higher lows, but I don't want to see exhaustion into these highs. You have any ideas for class today, Mario?
A couple. I wanted to, if people have things that they want to go over and work on, we can do that. If not, I kind of like over last weekend, the weekend, pulled a couple like clips for some Chat with Traders podcasts about like just like different views on contextual probability and stuff. So do like kind of a chill kind of video day and then discuss people like other traders' views. But so that's kind of, I wanted to see if people had stuff to work on though.
Yeah, we got a decent amount of new members that probably have questions, I would assume.
That's kind of the assumption I had as well. Because like I feel like over the last like month or so, we like hammered in on a lot of like structural things and like higher time frame things, so people need more context. Um, I do want to, for some of the newer members too, like if there are things we say or things that you're confused upon, I mean like we've been teaching the same things for so long that it's sometimes difficult when we gloss over like important things. So please ask questions. Um, and we have like so many outside resources for you guys that can get you up to speed quite quickly. Like a good example, and I'll just make this call, but like Wise messaged me over the weekend and like I had some questions on like volume profile stuff, and boom, just like give him the profile and market structure book, and then now you have like really good resources. So please feel free to ask and reach out. And then I can send you the implied order book as well, and you can just get really confused, and I think that's important. Didn't you used to carry like a hard copy of that around with you?
What a
I feel like you
nerd.
had a printout. I feel like I remember a story about that. Listen, if you're gonna print out a hard copy of the implied order book, you're gonna make it. That's all I'm saying. That's perfect, sir.
Now what? I'm not sure. I just got stopped out of my runner. Let's see if we can hold overnight low.
Oil prices extend losses. U.S. crude futures fall by $3 to a session low of $73.98 a barrel.
Yeah. Watching this 57 on the Russell to see if we can maintain a higher low off the rejection of previous day value low at 61s. Right, we want to see if we can basically continue this, and it's just an oscillation. The problem is that we need to see NQ get back into our hold it as supportive like this. If we hold overnight low, then it's like, okay, we probably have one leg down. We want to see this look above. This is, of course, like the volatility into the close of our previous 15. So, like, this is what we look like now. And, like, if you look at the higher time frame structure, this, like, makes so much more sense, right? Like, we hit our head on the node, rejected, and now we're coming back down. Now it's just, like, can buy side hold this? Got this node here that we can play off of. Is this previous seller still here, or can this be, like, our buyer now? Need that look above and hold, or this is just going to offer for another leg down. Yes, retesting value lowest resistance here. Still waiting on the Russell, just like rotating ticks around POC.
this ES and NQ test. If it can't get over here, I'll probably stop looking for the long. Need some oomph.
Feel so bad for him. Holy. GG. My man just needs a win. Retest of our 61 here on the Russell. See if we can get the look above or if the offer maintains. We're trying to get that bid over our overnight low here on NQ. I'd like to see the Russell be able to get over 61s. If we reject here, doesn't look great. See if the bid can maintain. You are playing off of this 43. Of course, first PT here into 60s. We need to see a push over this. Move stops up at least halfway, I think.
I came off there into 50.
Yeah.
Which might be silly, but
Should have another entry if we do get the pop.
yeah, I had a really nice entry though.
Oh, yeah. I'm trying off this 43. I don't know. Hold, or if I just take the 350. Yeah. Just gonna scalp that for right now. If we get the push over 60s and then make 70s supportive, then I'll take more, but that's it for now. Just off of our pathing that I drew of the hold here. Only trade.
I did not have faith in that. Kind of like sweeper push.
Yeah. I get it.
Those are the ones that actually feel bad, where if you would have waited an extra 7 seconds, you make an extra 15 points.
Yeah. See if we can get this bid at 60s or if it's over. Again, this is why I took off into that push into 70s. But if we can get the pop over 70s and bid, right, like then we can build the higher low and we hold them balanced from the buy side sweeper. That would be a good sign. I'm not in. I'm going to be waiting until I just took the scalp. There's no reason not to take the $360 off of that
Yeah,
bounce.
zero reason. That's 3 days at Wendy's, guys.
Yeah.
Like 24 hours at Wendy's.
See if Russell can hold 61s now. Get that push over 64. Just this reoffer that we have above. Let me move this down. Playing off of this now. Just go to our 15 again so that we have an understanding of what we just did. So just back up to this high, right? Still need to get above for anything. Why we take off, because we know that there's a seller just sitting there. Same thing for ES, right? It's the same thing. Holding our levels that we need, but need to see a break above. Yes, 80 is really what you need on ES. EOC. I just want to point this out. I don't know if this is gonna be relevant to you guys, but like I want to show my exit where I got stopped on that trade before, and then where my entry was. I want to show that because it's very relevant here. We see my stop at that low, and then I get back in on the recovery and bid off of where I got stopped out, and then I immediately get the move up. Like, there's no reason not to get back in if I see a level that I want holds on a recovery and bid, right? Like, that's what we have drawn as well. But, like, getting back into the trade isn't a bad thing, right? Like, we pushed below my level of invalidation, but then we recovered it, and now I can play this again. Hopefully that's clear. Orange is the limit close. I stopped, and then blue is just market buy off of the hold of 43. If you aren't familiar with Creative 8's colors. But like, there's no reason, like, if I'm playing off of an objective level, like, I'm okay, cool, we've recovered it, play it, try it at least, right? Like, I have my invalidation. It's gonna be the same stop where I got stopped out last time. Oh shit, I guess I should put that. Recovery of the level, bid, chop, sell. Now chop. But like, at no point am I like getting the wick low, right? Like, I'm waiting for the higher low and then the recovery.
Big retests here.
Right back to the original entry. Feels bad. Yeah, exactly, Ben. That was my invalidation level. Cause it's like either we held the LVN or we didn't. And so like when we recover this, just like I have drawn out, like we're looking for this dip to be immediately bought, and then I'm looking for that put. Oh, wrong tool. I'm looking for that look above, and then the ability to maintain, play off of that bid, which is right there. Like I'm not confident here, and I know that if this is the problem with this area, is like if I'm expecting buy side to attempt off of this, I need to be aware that when we look below it, I'm expecting our offer to be positioned here below for a look down. So like until we can look above and I see a bid step in, I need to be aware that because we broke below, that this now can be a resistance for continuation down. But like if we recover it and bid off of it, I can play that where I have our overnight low as our invalidation, right? Like I'm playing off of this recovery as supportive. But as long as we're holding that and we've pushed over, like I'm willing to play around that level. Because nothing's changed. Like this is still my inval. If sell side's serious, this will offer down and then continue. Especially with what we thought about was going to happen with the Russell, right? This is always going to be with the Russell in mind as well. We were looking for this dip into the low and then a pop back up to the resistance high, our range. So when you put both of those together, right, you see where my mouse is pointing here. See where that is on NQ. This dip on RTY is our dip and then bid back above the lift up. Like, do I need it to break out? No, but we can still make money off of that, just playing into our resistance, understanding like the rotation. It's still $350, right? Like, who cares? Hopefully that wasn't too many words.
NYMEX gasoline July futures settle at $2.33 a gallon. NYMEX diesel July futures settle at $2.29 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas July
That's at
futures
least how
settle
I
at
view it.
$2.75.
Right, because like if the offer is going to shift down, then that buyer that was there is going to be offsides. So if they're serious, I'm expecting the offer to be at this 43 level. Right? Just like look left, right? Like look at how it was reacting on these tests into it.
$74.22 a barrel. That's down $2.77 or 3.6%.
So what happens when we get the look above and then the bid is willing to defend that level on every attempt into it? Look left. Right? Offer was here. Offer held, offer held, offer held. Look above. We have a bid, but it's pushing into it, stepping up. And now I'm looking for that push. And I have an understanding that if we flip flop over it again, like I can get out of that trade without really a ton of loss. Like I have an area that I'm willing to transact around, and it's like the hold of this level in bid. If we push back below, then I know that the bid is still weak and that they were not ready, and there's no reason to be in that. But like if it's a look below and failure from sellers, now I can look for that rebid and push back up because I know that they basically failed here. That was the idea. It doesn't have to play, no, but like I have an understanding of what my invalidation is and what I'm looking for, which means I have a risk profile and I can trade around that. I mean, it's great that it did play, right? Like, but like I don't want to do too much like historical action, but that's why I had what I had drawn.
Still watching Russell pretty closely here. Very similar to like our bottom auction before our low. Then Russell was able to come back through. It led down and then followed up. So still seeing if any of that maintains or if we can start leading. We got more room. We'll say underlying wise, like very little changes of our big names with kind of these lows, and then rebalance on indices here. Everything is pretty flat. I don't think that's a positive or a negative per se. It's simply an observation.
Pushing into our 85 target now, previous week value low on NQ, as well as our 84, 85 on yes, same target. Need to look above and hold. Or this could be all it is for now. This is a break of our structure on the 15, trying to hold the highs, get back into this node.
I'd like to see Russell come into 67s here. A little look above. Nice to see it trading with still.
Perugia is such a good last name. Sounds like you should be like a famous footballer.
Perugia.
Sounds famous.
Retests here. No support, and you should see an oscillation of that auction that we were just in.
Sixty bit is incredibly important. Push back over 70s. It. Minute left on these 15s. It'd be awesome if we could hold the 60-70 area on NQ. This 15 close. Two 15s. Opening right on our 60 bid. See if it can maintain or if we get the look below. You'd want to see, I would like to see buy side pretty active here if it's going to hold. I don't want to do the full rotation back down to the lows. Oh my god, it's Dom. Come on, Russell, hold 61. I don't know if the Russell can't find a low here. It's gonna be really rough. Still just looking at this 60 to 70 area for the bid to kind of maintain validation under 56, I think. But like if the Russell can't find the bottom here, it seems like it's still just chop. Seller is still holding. You can see the offer is still sticking at 70. Look above and fail so far in NQ, pushing down into the lower bid here into 60s at our 56. Russell failing to break. Just watching our 0 here on tick. See that lower high, lower high, lower high. See if 56 is bid or if this pushes down for a full rotation. Like last chance, I think, for buy side or sellers are going to take advantage of that failure. Back down to our low of our rotation on NQ off that failure. Again, just that look above and fail. Now back down to the low of our rotation.
You have 6 minutes till new half hours and turn of hour.
George's memes lately have been subpar.
Yeah, I agree. Last time I brought that up, though, he yelled at me. So
Maybe. If we get this look below, though, you have to be very careful here. With the failure at the highs, we've kind of shifted. But yeah, definitely, I think it's fine to be playing off of this 40 as long as we're maintaining. But tight stop. Remember, we have new 30s in 2 minutes. So if sell side has any strength below our overnight low on NQ into that, then we have potential to really show some weakness from buy side, I think. Just watching our zero tick here. Resistance, and want to see the Russell get back over this previous day value at 61s, because if this holds his offer into this close, I think that there could be some trouble. So just play this rotation between 40 and 60 until we see the breach and hold. But other than that, right, like just waiting for either the offer to stick below our overnight low or above our 70s, I think is it's really it. Just keeping an eye on the Russell here. So again, I think first risk off here into 60s makes a lot of sense. At least securing some gains or moving your stop to break even if you are looking for the break. A minute left till new 30s. Top of our range here in NQ. Russell retesting our reoffer. Sorry, Russell into our reoffer, retesting our seller. Oh. So many people just hit strays there for no reason.
Other good reasons. Uncalled for, possibly, but reasonable, yes.
Your new 30s. We're like, we opened right in the middle of the range. Feels terrible. But if you took 60s from 40s, right, it's 20 points. It is what it is. Now we just need to see that look above or the look below, and I think we get a directional decision, to be honest. Opening the middle is gross. Shares push into 70s again. Secondary PT into our, I would say 67 is much more reasonable than looking for the 70 to the T. Watching the Russell here at our reoffer point, still not pushing above. Move stops up now that we pushed over 70s.
Dubs, I feel like you've made the transition from options to futures pretty seamlessly. How does it feel on your end? Does it feel easier? Does it feel more concrete? Do you think taking a more extended break and then coming back like through school and stuff was helpful for your mental? Yeah, for sure, to like what, all the above? The break?
I agree, Dubs. It's just like level to level, right? Like you take what you can get. That's okay.
think the big thing too is like there's so much mental that you had to worry about with like PDT and stuff, and like it's just different. Yeah, I do think that the lack of diversification on instruments is very helpful.
I think PDT was like is such an easy way to screw over people from taking profit as well. So it's
Correct.
like, oh, do I want to give up my last trade of the week? Right, like shit like that is how you screw
Yeah.
yourself. It's like, oh, I need to add more to this position that's losing because like if I don't, then I just have lost and I can't take another trade. Like just like dumb stuff like that doesn't exist with futures. Trade
No.
level to level, area to area, and then you're good. Like it works or it doesn't, but at the end of the day, you aren't limited.
I think the linear payout scale as well is much easier to create good habits. Like the asymmetric of options is really nice, but it's harder to conceptualize, which then makes it harder to have those objective like, oh, like my risk was less, but my percent of gain is better. Like this is a good trade
Yeah.
versus like, oh, I only made $50, or like,
And I don't want to like you can definitely do something very similar with options if you played things that are very close to in the money and just be playing
yes,
move for move. But
yes,
like 90% of people weren't doing that. Or they would like win and then they would go like way out of the money on
yeah.
runners and then like lose their profits that they made looking for more instead of just
You
range.
can afford it.
Yeah.
Like you had to build to an area where you could.
Yeah. I'm gonna give this like 10 more minutes and then I'm gonna AFK for a bit and take a call. See if we can get a break in a direction before then. Hour left on the day. Anyone have a good brand for an L desk that also is a standing desk that isn't $3,000?
I haven't tried their desks, but like I've had my autonomous chair now for like 4 years, and it's held up pretty well.
Goodness.
Yeah. It's like the like if Herman Miller is Microsoft, autonomous is like Apple, I would say. Here, this is their
I guess I
website.
don't need an L, but then if it's on an L, I would need like 70 to 80 inches of width for just a regular desk for my monitor. I'll look at both.
But yeah, I have nothing negative to say about their quality.
Yeah, I mean, it looks high quality on their website.
There's like some things like my headrest, I like broke off a tab, so like my headrest isn't connected anymore. Like, but other than that, like it's held up really well.
So the thing you like surf, what you like buy the frame and the top separate? So confused. Oh, they've got a combo. Okay. 609. It's not bad. Oh, I like that the L is adjustable. The Jarvis desk. See, like at my old office, we just bought a bunch of IKEA countertops and then just put the legs in. But my space is a bit odd at this new place that I'm going to, so I would like a desk that fits like really well.
So Biden
This
buys
Jarvis
3
looks
million
like
more
pretty
barrels for the
solid.
strategic oil reserve.
850 side. See, but it's only 40. I guess I could go with the 72. Might be enough.
Do all you standing deskers actually utilize the standing feature? You do, Singe?
So it's $1,000 for the 72-inch on Jarvis. That's a bit rough. Because it's like not even the width that I would want. Keep looking.
It's like better for your body and like I don't know.
Sitting is really bad for your metabolism. Like you need to like stand and be active for a certain amount of time before your metabolism like actually kicks in. So like having better circulation is like really good, especially if you are sitting at a desk for 12 hours a day.
Why we're chubby jubs. We just gotta accept it, man.
Yeah, that's the move, Benjamin. Back to our 70s from a hold of 56. Very similar rotation as before. Oh my god, that is so chaotic sauce. Jesus.
Could not handle that. Wow.
Holy.
You don't even have room for activities, man.
I just said I couldn't handle it. I didn't comment on it. Personally.
The coffee behind you. You know how many times I would spin around and knock that thing off?
You're definitely making your small area work. That's for sure. Double laptop meta is crazy. Oh, is that
out
a
of range.
ad? Tablet, maybe? The keyboard? Got it. See, my problem with the size like that is that my ultra wide is like the size of your table. And I'd have to fit my ultra wide next to another 27-inch right next to it. And as long as the footprint can hold the 32, or what is that, 32 or 35? I think it's 35 next to the 27, then I'm okay. So I've got a little bit of wiggle room, but like anything over 70 would be ideal.
That is also small for me, Ben. I like it though. That's pretty clean. That's one of the cleaner ones we have seen.
Yeah.
With all the hooligans in here. Yeah, like monitor setup and stuff. That's nice. Yeah, but it's a standing desktop, so you have to kind of like that's the double-edged sword. You
Did I
know.
go short there? No, that's just the signal up of stacked, Robert. You're watching 70s for bid though if you did take that. I think the bid looks okay here, to be honest. I don't know about that short. With Russell holding, we'll have to see. 70s holding on NQ is big. New 15s just opened. That's like the one good thing that I'm hoping that I can nip in the butt like right when I get into my new place. It's just like actually getting my cables down because I'm like move my setup so often, so it's just absolute
Yep.
mess.
Mine is a mess.
Especially since the last one when I didn't have power, I was like a very quick move back into my place, getting my setup back, and I haven't touched it since then, so it's like extra messy.
I love you guys have like the weights and the walking treadmill, and I have the plush footrest. We are not the same. Yep.
That is the same for me.
Oh, this is like the best purchase I've ever made, sir.
Push into our 85 here, I think, on NQ makes the most sense off the hold of 70s. Just the rotation again. Back to our LBN. Zero test tick.
I am a little surprised that we're still in this range for this hour. 10 minutes until final half hours. I guess 11, but. Or 10. Math time.
Yeah, it's really rough here because I feel like if we don't pop relatively soon, um, I'd want to see us come back down to like this might be a wild take, but like down into like 500 again if we don't get the pop relatively soon. Because like if they just are willing to absorb into this like 580, 600 area, then like I don't know. Surely we don't hold the lows again. I'd want us to like come back down, retest that previous node we built out. I want to see us pop like, ow. Like this is what I'm looking at. Can we get over here and hold, or are we gonna have to make a new low before we figure it out? Back into this. Really want to see this come up and hold these highs. If we fail up into 95, 600 area like that, like, there's no real change here. Russell looks good structurally if we can continue to bid off of 61, 80, 62. Really watching the 75.80 on NQ as we push down into it. See if this bid can hold into 75, or if that's that.
A lot of effort on ES there for that VWAP test.
So far, so good off the 75. Man, it's rough.
I talked a little bit ago about how underlines were
Euro
very, very
dollar rises
flat.
to 1.09, the
guy
highest
talk.
since March 21st.
Nvidia looked up out of value here. So probably worth watching that, where if it can support above value high and get a little bid here, you can probably get some NQ to drag with it. But if it fails back in, understand we have pretty balanced auction below. Obviously, as NQ looked kind of out of this auction as well with it.
It's done. Be the end of me. I'm out one here into 85, really 84, just off of 75. Take 10 points and leave a runner, break even. I don't trust this yet.
Plugging everything in is a great start, Ben. Good goal.
I've never seen a PC sideways like that with all the cables pointing up. Boss, do you see where I got that 75 from on the 15? Retesting our highs here on NQ. I agree, Robert. That's what I really would like to see it push into 605s, 600s.
Give me the 10s. Give me
Oh.
the VWAP. My BC is disgusting. There's so much dust in it. It's crazy.
Move stops up here as we push into 600s. Offer anywhere from 600 to 610 is possible, so just be careful. Should be pretty in the money, like not in the money. You should be pretty good if you're playing off of the 75s. I hope you guys get more. I have to take a phone call. I stayed longer than I wanted. I'm gonna mute. Hopefully that doesn't take too long, but I'll be here in spirit. I'll keep stream on.
Bye. If you're going to get any more, I would like to see this ES take happen pretty quickly. Get through LVN. Both tests into this VWAP on ES, there's been quite a bit of effort. See, it has to clearly sellers and raise value, or else we'll start looking for lower lows. NQ, like I said, into that VWAP for your secondary target. But respect these highs. No lift. Back to primary pivot. If this holds and we do rotate back, it's gotta clear, or else we look for lower lows. So with us coming down to the bottom tick of ranges, this pullback, do you see that as a good area for rebids? So this is yes, but it's very important then, like what I had just said while as you type that, right? Like if this holds, we need to get out. Yeah. Because there's a lot of effort into the highs there. And if we don't see that lift, right, we're just gonna trap all those fresh participants. So like I think it's pretty simple to see like kind of like a rule of like 3 or 4 tests. If you can't get through, then it becomes less, like the probability lessens. This was very similar to at our lows today as well, and then like what was the trade? Like through where did we hit our head? It was like 43s. Or the 500. I don't remember, but it's like if you see that, because you have to think of what this means. Sorry, I kind of like lost train of thought looking for that dynamically, right? Like you see a big effort into an area of liquidity sell side, an attempt to push through doesn't have the strength, so we're into a cards and bicycles situation, right? And then as it looks back down, what needs to happen then is we need to garner more like anticipation and more aggression, right? So if it can't push through, just assume that we are now weak just based on time, and that's going to be that. So like first test, sure. Second test, okay. Third, we're like, probably not. Did I explain that in a way that made sense? So like with this hold here, if we can't put higher high and clear ES VWAP, like I'm going to assume that ES will probably trade back 74s. And then, NQ back 555, 540s. Then we do the same thing, evaluate, do we look back down and do our lower auction, or can we hold our current auction? Because we're going in with the principle of expansion still and continuation, right? So we don't want to see it pause. And then, okay, so let's continue with this sauce. What's the secondary thing that we want to see then, let alone from the higher high? What would be our indication that something has shifted? And the hint is it'll be on the bid. Yep. And then when we're seeing that desire for the higher low, then it has to go. Why? Because we're seeing a different type of aggression from past. And this is, understand that like the more effort put forth without move continuing, the larger degree the reactionary force should be. And in this instance, with a buy side move, the reactionary force would be the sell side, right?
All right, that was way easier than I thought it would be. Move scheduled for this Saturday.
Huge.
Oh. $175 per hour. 2 hour minimum. And then they mark
Get
it in
real
15-minute
quick.
increments. Not bad.
Get out there with like the microphone and just start yelling at them.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
I don't think it'll be more than a 3 hour move, so it should be like $600, $700 at most. Unless they like really screw up.
Retesting past support here. ES and Q.
So we did a full node move on ES, right? Right up to the edge high and then rejected. It's like to me. Yeah. Imagine having 30 monitors to manage 4chan. Holy.
There's you gotta do it. Someone's got to do it.
Actual goon cave. So your final 15, 30 seconds here. I just don't want us to lose 70s. I feel like a loss of 70s in an offer, like gaining any momentum, is just bad, bad. But as long as we're here, like we have our rotations pretty clear. Sorry, 70s on NQ. Nvidia held value really nicely. Good. Watching our reoffer here in Nvidia. If seller steps in here at 145, or if we can push for a new high. Back into our 600s here on NQ.
Ten and a half minutes on the day.
Expect some volatility here in the next 30 seconds. The MOC close. Had our resistance here across the board.
Looking at the market on close imbalance, the S&P 500 4.2 billion to the buy side, the Nasdaq 100 432 million to the buy side, the Dow 30 864 million to the buy side, and the Magnificent 7 405 million to the buy side.
Really want to see this bid kind of maintain here at 85 on NQ, or you get the full rotation.
I do not have much faith in a look above here. 5 minutes on the day. The less faith I have, the more likely it is to happen, right? That's usually how it works, but
You really want to see this bid step up from 85 to like 95 now if we're gonna look up into that 20, 620. You're pushing to 620 here. Your overnight low on ES and our value high. Good first risk off if you are playing anything into this. Above this, I'd look 96. If we can push over our overnight high, or overnight low, sorry, at 90s.
you're welcome for me not having faith. There you go. Easy.
I don't know if this seller is going to be positioned here from 30 to 40 into close, or if we'll just be able to just kind of fly through. Sure. As of right now, though, this is where I was expecting target. This is where we saw absorption last time on NQ, this 630, 640 area. Which is why I think it's a pretty safe area to at least move stops up in, just in case they do show up again. If we don't see a hold of this, then but if sell side really wants to maintain this 30, right, then it's just come back down. Unsure. Looks like ES wants that 96. Watching our overnight low retest here at 90s. Again, if 90s can hold, then there's potentially one last leg, but if we don't see 90 bid really strength here, then I think that's probably that. Yeah, it's that 95, right? 695 makes sense. It's also very visible on the 15 with our deltas there in POC.
One minute. Can ES match Friday's high? NQ is here. I am a little surprised that Russell didn't even make like the 67 test.
Energy is really shitting the bed.
So Dubs, whatever email you your account is on, you should receive an email to then go into a funded account.
Congrats, by the way.
And if you post screenshots, I will make you a different color like you asked.
96 target hit on ES from the hold of 90s. That's that.
Well, okay. What is your, I don't, send the I'm a funded trader when you get to email, buddy. Looks good though.
That's that's his target on NQ into this 50 to 70 area. Value high here. Russell in the target in the 67s. I think looking for anything else is just kind of nuts. Just leave
Right,
a runner
well,
if anything, but this is it.
yeah, today officially has not happened on this retrace. We are
Yeah.
back. Very good. Very good.
Have a good rest of your day, Nick. Glad you appreciate the stream. We'll be doing a class in about 30 minutes.
Yep.
For premium members. So if you want to stick around for questions or anything else, if you're premium, we should have a stream in the classroom chat below if you are new.
We talked about it a little bit before, Dubs. If you guys have questions, please bring them. I think Sig made a good point with some of the newer members, so I'm thinking of just like doing
another like kind of overview and review of like how we view node structure in terms of like where is buyer value, where is seller value, and kind of establishing those switches and trend, and then maybe like set up just a couple good play setups, help simplify some things for people. So it shouldn't be too kind of crazy, but I think it'll be good for everyone that way. And then next week, I do want to do kind of like a psychology thing, but I think doing this first makes sense. Especially because we're basically at like the halfway point of the year now. So doing like a psychology and as well as like goal recap at this point makes sense. But with that, today's class should not be super long.
Imagine if I didn't get stopped out of my 440. Oof,
Yeah.
feels bad. I would have exited anyways. I'd take a call. But it's what it is.
Play that game too. What if I still had that 28 entry?
Yeah.
That like 120 points easy, no problem.
Yeah, 620 rebid was great. It's cool. We played it all the way back up in smaller rotations, but it's one of those.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go eat some lunch. Let the dogs out. I'll see you guys in like 30, 35. Goodbye. Yeah, it will be recorded.
I'm gonna flip over to Classroom stream and end the current live. I will see you all in Classroom. Goodbye. Have a good night.